Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I gotta rearrange my task. I realize this is not gonna work. Good evening, chat. All 6 of you. That's fine. We'll get some more numbers. The VODs have been doing surprisingly well. I mean, I got 2,000 clicks on the last one. So. Sorry, I haven't been doing well since I got back to New Jersey, but this is proving to be the last 2 nights have actually been really bad, so apologize if I'm more out of it than usual. Yeah, I have. Again, I can't use the desktop mic because I have a shortage of USB-C ports. But I think the background music of 144.39 megahertz works. Honestly, what's funny is that there's a known phenomenon on YouTube that YouTube will actually content ID static. I know it happens. I haven't personally had it happen to me yet, but I know quite a few YouTubers who have noted on it. So sooner or later, I'm going to get to see Content ID make claims on literal RF spectrum noise, because that's what we're actually hearing in the background. The little modem noises are 1200 baud audio frequency shift keys, AFSK. My God, I actually do remember stuff from my licensing. It's been a while. I actually had to sit and look at the regulations today because it's been. I was theory crafting some stuff on Mastodon, and I had to remember what is actually legal to transmit on ham bands. It had actually been that long. What is more specifically what would count as broadcasting? And for what I'm doing, I'm completely fine. But it was good to look it up because I was debating if like at some point I'm going to do a propagation test. I want to know how far I can hear and how far I can transmit from the handheld. The APRS network in this area, I know I'm making it out to the Hudson River. And from there I'm being heard. I'm even being heard occasionally in Brooklyn, although it's very intermittent. But I suspect where I live is on top of a cliff. But I don't have direct line of sight. So I'm basically bouncing signals out my window. They're reflecting, and part of them is going into New York City. The problem is that New York City is in a valley, so it makes radio propagation in this area notoriously difficult. Basically, you have to have a transmitter on the very edge of the cliff that can see line of sight into the Hudson Valley to hear the valley. There are a few radio towers in the area that can relay signals, but realistically speaking, I probably am only at 5 watts. I probably have 3 miles from street level to here. My antenna doesn't face the main street, so I don't actually know how deaf I am. Although, like I said, I am being heard. So, wow, 12 viewers. I'm just kind of iterating on the void tonight. I mean, we're just starting. I scheduled the stream just so I would know I would do it, because on the really bad nights, I'm just kind of like, because I'm up at 2 a.m. most nights, 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and I really feel like social media has been sucking up my soul a little bit too much. So I'm just going to do random shit here. I mean, it's part of what the end game for this project is. I want to have the Raspberry. I want to have my Prius completely wired up for FM transmission. The setup that I'm building here is going to go get transplanted in the Prius. The absolute end goal in this is I want to throw out radio beacons across the entire drive. I have done this with internet. There's actually I have an APRS track from me from Oregon driving through a good chunk of Canada. But I was using the internet to beacon that, so it Like, you don't have to be a ham to use APRS. You only need to be a ham if you cross radio links. And realistically, if you're injecting packets into the internet, they're not going to get relayed over the radio unintentionally. You can do it, like, by setting routing messages, but you actually have to know how the system works to do that. And APRS is fairly archaic. You have to understand how radio propagation, and even then, most towers will reject an iGate message. You can use the internet to route between two towers. Like, in theory, I should be able to bounce a message here to we'll just say MatWAN is what hears me. I don't think they're actually here. No, from here it's N2NH is the one that tends to hear me. N2NH is an iGate. I could ask the packet then to be transmitted to another tower anywhere else in the globe and echo out of it. I've never actually tried to do it, but theoretically, because I entered the network on an RF node, it should let me go out on an RF node, because that's considered remote operation, and that's completely legal by Part 97 rules. Well, I mean, I kind of just hate what modern internet streaming, like, I worked at Mixer. When you work at a streaming company, more specifically, I was a freelancer hired by MC Pro Hosting who got leased out to Mixer with the understanding for a job that ultimately never actually came through, but the full story is long and annoying. But when you work for a streaming company, you're going to watch a lot of streaming, and there were streamers I liked. Like, there was one I remember, Ghost from Texas. I watched a fair bit of his modded Minecraft stuff. There were a few others, but, I mean, if you ever look at the mega streamers, like XQC or Ninja, I'm like, okay. I mean, I guess it's the same sort of it's the same sort of appeal Logan Paul has for a lot of people, or had, anyway. Anyway, the end game I want with the station is I want to have a live stream running for, it's going to take me approximately 3 to 5 days to drive across the country. It was 3 westbound. I was solo on that one. It was 7 returning, but there was a second driver, and we went through Canada because, realistically speaking, I've never been to that part of Canada, and I had wanted to see the Northwest Angle, and to get to the Northwest Angle, you go through Canada. And I mean, not only do you go through Canada, you go through several hundred kilometers of gravel highway. And I did it on a Prius. I've done a lot of gravel highway driving. I drove a lot of the haul. I've driven the haul road up in Alaska. I wasn't a licensed amateur back then. I kind of regret if I could do a do-over my life. There isn't that much I think I would actually change, but I would have made sure to have a KL7 license. Because I got I'm from New York originally, and I was living in New York when I got licensed originally, so I've always had a KD2. The call signs are systematic. K, I believe they're allocating all U.S. amateurs out of K these days. So K, then the second letter is systematic, so it just increments, so it was A, B, C, D. I think we're up to E now. The third one is the radio region of where you are. 1 is Maine, 2 is New York and New Jersey, and 3 is Pennsylvania, and I believe it covers part of the capital region as well. Darren, I've driven multiple times across the country. This will be the 16th or 17th time I've actually done this. I have literally run out of things to see. I kid you not. The only way I find any interest is if I'm on the back roads, and the outbound drive from Oregon, because we had to cut over. We drove out on 84, and then we cut across Idaho on back roads to Montana. And then from Montana, we took 90 to 94. And then we swung through a whole bunch of state highways in North Dakota to the Canadian border. That was, I've been through a few small border crossings. That one, it might actually, it's not the smallest Canadian one I've been to. The smallest, that one is the ferry crossing between them and St. Pierre and Miquelon. I've been through that one. I'm actually thinking about this. No, Beaver Creek was bigger because Beaver Creek handles commercial traffic. It has to. It's the Alcan. Top of the world highway. You're not going that far out of your way, mate, for sending a truck down to the lower 48 from the upper bit, from the loft apartment. Oh God, help! I sound like Red Green. I need a moment. All right, I'm back. I'm using a Yatsu FT857D. Um, yeah, I went with Rocky because I've just gotten so fed up with Debian and Ubuntu. I tried installing Debian and the installer fell in upon itself because Debian has this weird issue that they don't want your Wi-Fi to work and install. I was a Debian developer. I know the reasons for it. I even, to some extent, actually agree with them. But my God, it's just obnoxious. On top of that, I can't bring myself to use Ubuntu. I've had, with ham radio in particular, I've had nothing but disasters with the distro packages. I've always had to compile everything. I would not use Ubuntu, and honestly, I probably wouldn't even use Debian as a basis for amateur or anything. It's just become complete garbage. I do actually want to try running the kernel AX25 stack. I've heard it's broken, but I also have a lot of experience on getting old Linux to actually do something. I mean, realistically speaking, the kernel wants a TNC. It wants a TNC on a serial port, and I can give it that. Which means that I could entirely put Linux 2.0 on something, and I could route packets. I still haven't heard anything back from ARD yet. All right, you know what? Let's actually try and do something because I did have to make a few changes. I noticed when I looked at the VOD, I had actually leaked my iGate password. It's not actually a security thing, but it's not considered good practice. APRS has, I don't want to say it has security, but it's sort of like Lord of the Rings. You have to speak the magic word to open the way into the Dwarven mines. So, if you know it, if you're watching this stream, you could probably figure out how to get the iGate password. But I'm not going to post mine publicly. Just, good operating procedure is something the FCC, and this is something the FCC does mandate. For me, mostly right now, it's the leaving New Jersey. I came back to, I'm from this area originally. I'm from the New York metro area. But I spent a lot of time outside it. I went to multiple schools outside this area for questionable reasons. And ultimately, when all is said and done, I went to college in Western New York. That led to a job. The job let me leave, and I did. A coworker of mine had a room for rent in Oregon, So I hopped in my car. Well, I flew out first, but I was there for about 2 weeks, and I said, you know what? Yes. So I hopped in my car and I went to Oregon. I went so fast that no one even realized I had left until I had already done it. And in some ways, that was both the best and worst time of my life. I still don't know how to classify it. Being back on the West Coast, if it wasn't Portland, I'd probably be more okay with it. But I have my reasons for going where I'm going. Because Portland is not my final destination. It is simply a link on the path, but it's the type of thing as I could get stuck in Portland for a long time if things go badly, which is it's that type of situation. But I find it much more palatable than what I've been putting up with here in New Jersey. Let me put it like this: mental health has a price, and paying it was expensive in many ways. But I don't regret it. At least sorry, I am getting incredibly philosophical. I think the stream. I should probably try and do actual stream stuff. I don't know. This is me. I mean, if I make a podcast, I think it's going to just be called Emanations on the Void, and I can't tell if that's incredibly. You know what I need? I need a freaking file viewer. Where is the files thing? I need to actually see my. There it is. File system. What I need is the manual. Direwolf ships a lot of documentation as PDF. I have such a love-hate relationship with Direwolf's documentation. It is annoying as hell to go through because I really wish it was a flat text file. But on the other hand, it's actually like, by the standards of ham radio, this is the gold standard. By the standards of commercial software, it's about what I expect from a professional software vendor, actually. I have seen far worse from companies with far bigger budgets. And ham radio is notorious for how cheap hams can be. It's actually a real problem that with transistor radios, a lot of them have wanted to leave the space because it's almost unprofitable. But the public safety interest really has kept it alive. All right. All right. So here's the very scary manual for this thing. So if you've been listening to the APRS broadcast, and you can actually track it, and I'm at this point I've been broadcasting regularly enough that actually I can bring it up. So APRS FI. This shows the internet feed, and you can see that my station is actually being heard, and you can see the radio link between the 2 points. So if I click it, and the pi you see on screen is the radio station, and you can see here it's running X-Aster. Now, the way X-Aster runs is it's a graphical application running on top, but it is very ancient Unix software. It literally was. I believe it started life on Sun OS. APRS is well known to be used in Firewatch and FireNet. It's basically the system that tracks wildfires. Which means I'm going to see some really fascinating APRS traffic out west. And as a former volunteer firefighter, if nothing else, I worry for them because of how bad it's been. Like, firefighting is not a joke, but I was a structural firefighter. I know the wildfire guys think we are the crazy ones, but oh boy. But anyway, looking at the station path, you can actually see what's being heard. You can see our test. Basically, this is what I'm hearing, and my station is fairly deaf, but I'm hearing W2AEE every once in a while. Yeah, see, this is the biggest problem with operating in this area. The noise floor is so bad. You can't hear anything. Like, I believe I'm hearing more than what APRS FI is reporting because the network drops duplicates. So it will only update every few hours. Like, I did hear this station, which is a APRS tracker on a car. Yeah, so you can see it's an FTM 500D mobile device. So it is actually hearing things. I just have a really garbage antenna set up. The problem is that Direwolf is not... It is really irritating to configure it well, and I've never had a good setup where I can both listen to myself... I can listen to myself beacon. Like, I never got super serious in operating. I always got on air when I could, but I've never had a permanent home station. When I was living in the shoebox in 17th Street, I taped up an HF antenna, and I actually was able to make two-way contact from Manhattan, which was on 20 meters at 5 watts, which is probably my personal... It's one of the things I'm happier with. I mean, I did it at FT8, which is designed to punch through on that, but the fact that is I made two-way contact. I made transatlantic two-way contact. Alright, I need to actually sit here and think. So, this is what the part I need to actually read. I do need to figure out the GPS interface. So, let me actually read this, because I have a UPS GPS puck. Oh, really? That's all I have to do? I don't even need to run GPSD? Oh, no, I am going to want to run GPSD. Because I'm going to want the GPS data from the puck to be available to the Pi. This isn't my first attempt at trying to build this. On the previous go I had, my fault was to use a cell phone for the GPS information. But on Android, that is actually incredibly irritating. You can't actually do it. Google's power saving has become so... I would have had to root the phone, put OSAP on it, and probably rip out half the power stuff. It was absolutely no-go. You cannot do it reliably on Android, even on bench power. It sucks. If I jailbroke it, I could have done it, but I didn't have spare devices at that point. So getting it directly on the Pi seems like the absolute win here. The receiver will be mounted to the same backplane that the antenna's on. Actually, no, hold on. I have to think about that. Actually, wait a minute. I have to think about that. Chad, I'm not actually sure it's going to hear it. On the car, it might be able to. I have to... Hold on. I have to think about this. Because we are talking about GPS assistance without a cell network. I didn't actually think about this before. Okay, well, this is the time to think about that. I'm going to add GPS to the topic title list because I'm actually good, said Mac. The honest fact of the matter is, it's really just a matter of doing it. I've already made the decision. It's just waiting for everything to play out. I already gave the leasing company notification that I'm not renewing. Alright, so let me actually read about how GPS works. So GPSD has a couple of implications. The Raspberry Pi does not have a real-time clock. And even if it did, a lot of modes of communication in ham radio require accurate time tracking. Usually to the second will work, but in some cases, millisecond is also required. Yeah, I get it. I'm going to be tying the Yatsu directly into one of the Prius's batteries. The Prius runs on 12 volts. On mobile operation, that radio runs on 12 volts. The Pi, I could run off a USB battery pack and then recharge the battery pack off a cigarette lighter in the car. I still have to route the audio cables, which... Nah. You know what? I could put the whole mess in the glove box or in the center console. The previous version of this was on a bicycle, and it did actually work to some extent. So, like I said, but I never got this far. I also wish I knew what happened to my previous GPS receiver. So... So the question, so I guess realistically what I need to do, because actually listening to the feed of a GPS satellite shouldn't dox my exact location, and I can filter it out. Where's my GPS receiver? I want to see if we can actually receive telemetry from a GPS satellite. I have this distinct feeling I can't. But GPS is low Earth orbit. So if it runs over a long enough period of time, it might be able to get effects. I literally have... There it is. Okay. Alright, I'm just turning off the base station right now, and the bench, because I'm going to attach the, Actually, where am I going to attach this? It has to be mag-mounted. No, it should be fine on... Oh, actually, if it transmits... It could ground loop if I put it on the same plane. Hold on, will this stick to the window? No. Will you stick to the window frame? Nope. Do you stick to that? I have to think about... I actually want to... I need to test this. Because it has to be attached to a magnetic surface. It won't hear it otherwise. To hear it reliably, yes, but you can calculate it off intermittent pulses of GPS data. Because you can ultimately calibrate it. You just need to be able to hear it on occasion. As long as you have a longer listening period, it should eventually get a fix. It might just take a very long time. All right, I'm going to put that one aside for the moment because I'm going to have to test that. We'll be back in a moment. I'll be back in a moment. Wow, I'm just... All right, I'm back. Realistically, I could probably put it under the same ground plane and it would probably be okay. I mean, I'm putting 8 watts out of the radio. So, and realistically, I've got a really shitty antenna geometry. So, I don't even know what my effective emission. I would have to do the. I'm not. My ERIP is probably like 3 watts. I mean, I'm at such a low power ratio. I haven't even. I probably should actually do the math. But I mean, 5 watts out of the radio, feed line. I mean, yeah, I mean, I might only be getting a watt actually out of the radio. You're right. GPS is. There's actually a lot of stuff here in relation to GPS. I think I'm going to have to figure out a way to get GPSD data from a cell from See, I was not able to do it reliably with Android. I tried. But maybe if I tapped it in through ADB, maybe I could do it. Because ultimately I have to configure all of this. The waypointing is probably part of what I have to do. So here's where we talk about the position and object beacon reports. All right. Ultimately, I'll be putting this beacon. Let's start with a voice beacon, because if I can do text to speech, because that lets me update the message really easily. Like a more permanent solution, I would. Like I said, I have a love-hate relationship with this documentation. Alright, beaconing. Because there's also options here that in the config file that are not there. Because if we go to the Direwolf example file, because this is the one they give, they have a text-to-speech command, which it alludes to, but it doesn't quite seem like. Here it is. Destination speech. So cbeacon, destination speech, club info tonight. I assume I would just have to set a delay and it would just work. Okay, so you know what? Let's do something much more simpler. Let's try and set a Morse beacon. So that would be cbeacon dest. There is an actual standard for this. What is station identification in Morse? Okay, so it just has to be under 20 words per minute. So, the old standard was 5 for beginners. Oh, I didn't actually want to save it to this file, so... Actually, hold on. I still think I want to make some more adjustments to this. So, while we're testing it, I want this to beacon pretty much every minute. Paste. Delay 1 every 1. Alright, hopefully it accepts that. Alright, I gotta plug in the handheld. Ooh. I was actually listening to radio actual broadcast radio last night on the handheld, so where the heck did I put it? I really hate the lack of light here. Okay, well, I found the radio. It was surprisingly where it's supposed to be in the charging cradle. So now what did I do with the cables? Here we go. Cables. Alright. So let me plug in the handheld. It's in Vox. And I don't need Squelch open for this. So, although realistically, I've had pretty good luck with the Squelch on these radios. A lot of people say you should leave them open with handhelds. Realistically, if you're going to do serious operating, but having Squelch open kills power, and I've had pretty good luck with it closed on handhelds, but it only works in reliable conditions. Alright, so that's set up like that. Let me switch the radio over to the bass to the other channel so we can hear it. Alright, and I'm going to close the Squelch. Alright. And then let me let the stream delay catch up. Alright, let's do a voice test as soon as the delay catches up. KD2JRT, test, test, test. Alright, I saw the receive light go. It should go live on the Pi. The Pi has about a 10-second delay. It's because it really struggles to stream even 720 footage. If I got rid of the that is far too low. Okay, hold on. Right. Let's try that again. All right, hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm going to mute my mic because I need to hear my own stream for this. Oh, KD2JRT, I just remembered that you cannot have the data cable plugged into the radio. It mutes the actual microphone. All right, let's try that again. Okay, that was actually really cool to listen to it come back on YouTube. I hadn't done that previously. All right, that is a successful loopback test. So let's see if we can successfully send a beacon out on Morse code, and let's see if we can hear it. So Direwolf handheld. Okay, that was actually really cool to listen to it come back on YouTube. I hadn't done that. That just scared me so badly. Alright, so the way Direwolf works is it will run for a minute, and then it will run its beacon. So we just have to sit here. I could transmit Morse more directly. I've never tried transmitting Morse on a handheld. It's technically not CW. I'm just transmitting Morse on an FM modulation, but that meets the FCC's requirements anyway. I'm in the FM frequency band. I'm in the DCARMICH. I'm a licensed amateur. I am a licensed amateur. I'm operating within the confines of my license. It's completely legal to listen to broadcasts in the United States, which is what all of you are technically doing. I'm talking to the chat as a whole. I have a different set of rules because I am actually transmitting. Oh, hold on. I just saw Okay, that's right. My radio was too quiet. I didn't actually hear the Morse beep, but I think it just Morrised. All right. This may be loud on stream. I haven't quite figured out how all the volume dials interact with each other. Let me try that again. Well, like I said, I'm on an unused channel. I've been listening on this channel for days, and it's midnight Eastern Coast time as well. It should key up and Morse, unless it's just going to like flip the switch really quickly, in which case, wow, that's stupid. I just realized I set this to go every minute, so... Oh, it didn't transmit. I was watching the radio, and the radio did not turn on. Why didn't you transmit? Okay, chat, time to do some debugging. Okay, I need to get on the Pi, because I need to have it, I need to see what it's hearing more directly. Alright. So, that's the recent data feed. Let me open Yak and let me send some packets that way. You can start to see why I kind of want a unified everything that just has all the everything and makes it easy to use your put your call sign and like a lot of the basic config. Would be really nice. Alright. So what are you talking to? Yeah, okay, that's talking to itself. Oh, someone did a thing. And I think there was one earlier. Ah, 2 subscribers. I don't know if they want to be well, I guess they'll show up on screen. Or, they will now show up on screen. Millie Honeybee and Stupid Fox. Thank you for the subscriptions. Alright. So... okay, so it is attached. Let me tell it to transmit a beacon. Because I did hear this working last night, so... save changes. That should force the beacon right now. Alright, hold on. You know, let's listen to the audio levels coming out of this thing. So it's going to come out as a pipe wire direwolf right here. That's where it's going to come out. And we're probably overloading something. Alright, so it's going out like that, but the... it's not opening the Vox on the handheld. That's a different problem. Alright, let's come back to that one. So we're learning all sorts of new and interesting failure modes. Alright, so let's turn off cbeacon. There was I think there was a text-to-speech one. So, it probably needs, like... right, it's going to run that script. Okay, so maybe they give us that as an example? Or, like, let's look at the manual. Do we have, a speech... Here we go, transmitting speech. So I guess I need eSpeak. That's lovely. So eSpeak. Alright, so there's quite a few options I can do for text-to-speech. I just need to find one. More realistically, this is going to be running on the Pi. Like, I don't mind having something here, but... yeah, okay, cool. We have that. So waiting in queue. WHF. Skimming Def, I'm curious to know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm at like magic hour of radio broadcast. This is when the bands are the quietest. Because right now Europe's asleep. Um, I sometimes you can hear the Pacific. I've heard Japan successfully. I don't think they heard me. Like, I'd be very surprised if they heard me. Um, okay, so that's how you do it. So Festival, KD2, JRT, or Echo. Nope, that did not open the Vox from the radio. Why is this having problems? Alright. So analog output. Output devices, input devices, I would love to get down to Argentina. I have a life goal of making it down to Tierra del Fuego and El Fin de Mundo. Whether I manage it or not remains to be seen, but it would be one hell of a DX expedition. I'm a little bit stumped right now. Why is this not... The onboard sound does not work on this machine. You know what, hold on. Direwolf has a calibration tool. Let's use it. What is it doing? That was... Oh god, that scared me. Okay, yeah, that works. That works. That now works exactly as I intended it. That isn't working. Might need to be a little louder just to keep the Alright, let's see if that beacons. Or did I comment out the beacon? Or you know, let's just see if we can transmit a packet. Did that get heard? I mean, I heard it go through. Did it get decoded, I should say. And... What? Why is my mouse not working? No, like, my actual laptop mouse just quit on me. Did it get unplugged? That was weird. Yep, there it is. KD2JRT-2. Okay. So, now that that works, can we has Morse beacon? Well, Direwolf on the laptop heard the base, because the base is still beaconing on APRS. Still waiting for it. Because it prints out 0.Morse unless I screwed up. Chat, that was Morse code. That was actual Morse code being transmitted out of a Baofeng. Did you hear how long that took? That's a 10-second transmission. It should do it again in a minute. I want to see if we can decode this on the other end, on the Pi. Let me make sure the Morse is actually making it in, and it's not like blowing a speaker or something. My mouse died again. What, I transmit and my mouse quits? I mean, that is actually possible. Radio interference is a real and strange phenomenon. I've never... Actually, you know what? I can see exactly what did it. The data cable for the radio and the mouse cable were intermixed. And I'm pretty sure my very cheap USB hubs... I just moved the handheld to the other end of the desk. If I have to, I'll move it to another table. I'm gonna plug this into the other USB. Okay, I have a mouse again. Yay! All right. So I now have Streamlabs up. I want to make sure the audio levels look good. But I mean, realistically, that's 5 words, and my call sign is not short in Morse code. One of the big reasons that the shorter call signs are available to the higher license classes is what's known as Morse sound. My call sign sounds like to a CWer, my call sign sounds like garbage, because I am a dangerous technician. Technically, it's a club call sign because it's a 2x3. Technicians technically. Well, novice, I should say. Yeah. I still haven't actually seen it send message. I would just want to watch the actual feed, because I also need to figure out how we're going to decode this. My rig does have CW transmit capability, and there is one beacon I can hear very reliably. There's actually an international. The UN runs HF signal shortwave beacons. It's UN4NI, and being Very close to the UN. I can hear that one loud and clear, even with. I can usually hear it even without an antenna. All right, so I'm going to go and use the restroom, and then I'm going to. We're going to start decoding. All right. So, what's the easiest way I can decode Morse? I know FL Digi can do it. I've never had good luck with that software, but it is the basically the everything tool for. You know what? Let me do this on the Chromebook. Because all I have to do is stick that line in the Direwolf config on the base, and it will just basically go. And we'll see if it keeps beaconing. It sounds like it stopped. Or maybe I was just in the other room. Like, I haven't heard it since, and I should hear it on the local loop. Let's wait for the next one. I've never used the Morse feature before. Okay, there it is. But the radio did not go on. Okay, you know, I really think I'm going to need I'm going to have to figure out a push-to-talk solution for this. Oh, I see what happened. Why did that get muted? Is it possible the USB-C hub? Yeah, that somehow got muted. All right, let's wait for the next beacon. I want to see if it actually gets transmitted. Yeah. Something. Okay, something in pipe wire is reducing the gain. There's got to be a way to disable that. I'm happy I installed an ad blocker on this thing. The web browser? Do web browsers now come with... Hold on. Firefox has automatic gain control. Are you kidding me? But Firefox isn't even listening to the mic. No, I literally watched the volume. I just literally watched the automatic. Wait, hold on. Yeah, nope, that doesn't do anything. Something's fighting over the volume settings. Turn that off. Yeah, see, look. I dropped the slider, something's trying to lower it. I wonder if it's a feature of the microphone? Maybe not. Yep, and there goes the volume again. Like, I'm not doing that. Yeah, something, I don't know what's doing that. Maybe it's, hold on, maybe if I adjust it from ALSA. That might be ALSA. Is this sitting in Rocky? I'm deeply confused. Uh... I wonder if Direwolf is doing that? I can't... Oh, Direwolf might actually be doing that. Hold on. Hold on. I don't think Direwolf will adjust the volume, but yeah, it's the only two places it does that. Is there ACG? Oh wait, hold on. MM indicates C00. Use left right keys. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Capture. Well, I don't see any automated... Okay, hold on. Let me hit F6. And then go to capture. That's at full volume. Yeah, well, it doesn't seem to have the option for automatic gain control. You know, I'm going to do this on my laptop because this is really annoying to do on the Chromebook. You know, let me just close Firefox down entirely, just on the offhand chance it is the problem. I will absolutely, completely freak out if that's the problem. No, okay, my reality is not that badly designed. Wait, I may have found it. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I think I may have found it. Okay. User share pulse audio. Where's the pulse config? Or, well, I guess it would be Pipewire. Pipewire. Also mixer. Let me see here. Hold on. This may be an Ubuntu specific one. Here, wait, Pipewire. Okay, hold on. With Pipewire, I can put a configuration file that will make it stop. So it's a Pipewire. It's something called a. My God, they've made this obnoxious. Pipewire Pulse. That's a lot of things listening to the sound. So what is actually listening to the audio device on here? You know, this feels like something GNOME would add as a feature and not give you a way to disable it. You know, this entirely feels like a GNOME. This entirely feels like a GNOME thing. I am a little bit stumpified at this. Because I'm not exactly sure. God, like, this is why I really have come to hate what... Alright, so it doesn't seem to be doing that. Yeah, I didn't think so. This is what I get for doing it on a distribution I don't really know. You know what? Let me search for RHEL automatic gain control, because this is ultimately RHEL with paint on it. Okay, hold on. I think I found something that might actually help. So also mixer, F6, F5. Nope. You know what? Hold on. I think the problem is automatic gain control. Then if I just lower the capture volume, it should be fine then. Like, if we just do that. Let's wait for the next beacon. Nope. Like, this is an argument to use Gentoo. I kid you not. It really is. Okay. Actually, this says to tune all the bars down to basically 0. I'm not sure I agree with this, but okay. Well, you know what? No, I'm adjusting pipe wire directly. I'm not talking to the... Wow, this is a complete trash fire of a discussion. Uh... I'm legitimately about to find out if NetBSD is going to run on this. Like, this is actually pissing me off. This should not be this complicated. This is exactly why I've stopped using Linux. You can't configure it. You can't turn off the stupid. Like, I have to think about this. I'm either going to have to use Gentoo and compile it because at this point I am so fed up with it. It can go right to effing hell. I don't want to use Arch because Arch uses Pulse. Gentoo actually makes a fair bit of sense for this because I want to basically build it as a one-shot, and I basically never want to upgrade it. But I think the BSDs might actually make more sense than that. But the problem is I know ULSA, I don't know OSS anywhere near as well, and there is some routing magic. I'm not even convinced NetBSD is going to run on this. Yeah, I'm kind of mulling right now because that's a real problem. It obviously doesn't happen with data modes because the data packet transmits too fast. But this is the first time I've tried to do a quote unquote long duration voice, and it goes. You know what? Why don't we try? Let me try this. Hold on. Let me see if the Pi does this, because if the Pi does this, I have a much bigger problem. So let me get on the Pi and modify its config. Let me take the data cable off the handheld. Let me take the data cable off the handheld. Like, this is enough to almost make me make my own flipping distribution just to make ham not be terrible. Ugh. I'm just going to do this from the MacBook because I am right now kind of in a salty mood. Like, the user discussion I was reading was talking about blah, 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 consumer protection. No, this is a choice by Linux distributions. More specifically, I suspect this is GNOME, and maybe I should install a different UI to confirm that, but this is just more of the same horse shit that I have had to deal with Linux. This is why I stopped daily driving Linux. This is literally part of the reason why. Not this specific reason, but... Alright, let me... part of the reason why. Not this... Alright. I edited the config file on the base. Let me restart Direwolf on it. Like, I was seriously considering making my own ham radio software pack. But this is enough to piss me off to actually do it. But, I mean, ultimately speaking, like, I don't know the problems in the Linux kernel. Like, basically ham everything wants to be talking to ULSA. But having to install an entirely custom Linux distribution to make ham shit usable is not what I call good for the ecosystem. And all right, let's wait for the radio beacon to go off. Like, let's see if we actually can hear it. I have the handheld just sitting here on the desk without the cable on it. That's a long minute. I don't actually know if you'll hear it. You should hear it being broadcast from the Pi, actually. Yeah, Golf Alice, that's kind of why I went Team Mac, but my MacBook Pro... Problem with Ham has never been well supported on Apple. Shouldn't I have had a Morse... Chat, where's my Morse code? Oh, it helps if I don't make a typo when editing the config file. Really helps when you do that. CBeacon delay equal 1. Yeah, I forgot a quote. Morse 5. Okay, the first step of setting up your radio beacon is to make sure you read the instructions properly. I think I'm going to make a snack. Like, I think I'm going to make some quesadillas once I confirm that this is actually doing what I want it to be doing. Because I'm actually really fucking pissed right now to the point that I am debating just seeing if I can run net. I'm not sure which of the BSDs I would want to run. I enjoyed that. That was actually quite enjoyable listening to that. Oh, I gotta turn Vox off. Alright, I'm gonna cook something. You guys can listen to my Morse code beacon. It was invented by my friend Samuel Morse. It blinks on and off and makes patterns. I've got to think about this one. If I'm going to stay in the Linux world, there's an argument to run Gentoo here. I think I would absolutely hate myself, but a basic Gentoo environment... Like, I wouldn't even run a full desktop environment. I'd probably run TDM. You know what? Before I go that far, why don't I disable graphical boot? Like, why don't I just completely disable graphical boot? I disable graphical boot and... Alright, so if I log in now, because now I have no So there is no pipe wire running. I can start X. So, like, what I really just need is a... Okay, so how do I get out now? So I can start X. So how do I override the... what is it using as a default session? Chat, I'm going to cook something because I really do need to think about this. Like, this just threw me through such a curveball. Yes, Aaron, this is actually beaconing on air. You are... What you're hearing is the handheld that is next to the MacBook Pro. The beacon is being transmitted by the base. It's just Morse code. It's FM. It's an FM modulation with just Morse audio. Try xint. Well, it needs xterm, but that's we can provide it an xterm. Well, that's okay. That's something. Can I get TW? Can I have a window manager, please? Do I have MVM? No, I do not. Do I have Mutter? I really don't want to use Mutter, but I will live. Alright, so that gives me just basic Mutter. Do we have... Is Pipewire running? Yeah, see, that's why I didn't want to do that. Let me exit. Oh no, it's still actually running. So what is Awesome Mixer saying about my system now? So that's about what I'd expected. No, I think it started when I fired up Mutter. The problem is I kind of want a window manager. That would be like really nice. Like, what's running now? Problem is it's such a gutted experience. Oh no, it is starting with X. Oh, I'm assuming this is Wayland under the hood. I assume this isn't actually... Oh, I guess it is X, actually. Yeah, TWM is not there. It's missing most of... It's a Vistage X installation at this point. This is a lot why I don't like RHEL, is that a lot of things that should be there just aren't, and there's no way to add them. Like, at least on Debian, you can usually find it. It might be broken, but at least half the time just having it is enough. Well, you know what? Let's see if the automatic... I mean, I could see if the... We can... hold on. Let's run Pavo Control. That was a mistake. Yeah, that's a mistake. I was wondering... Can I... Yeah, I can't move it. I can't kill it because that's disabled. I have to go to the other terminal. Let me fire up Mutter, because if it's a userland application, then... Like, let me get an idea of what is actually screwing with the system right now. Oh, wow, that's not even actually seeing anything. It's only seeing the dummy interface, which means that it's running, but it's not attached to ALSA. So if I go to Direwolf then, and hold on, so a record L, a play L, it doesn't see the USB sound device. Oh, wait a minute, because I think I unplugged it. Wait, that... No, it's plugged in here. Let me just plug it directly into the Chromebook, because the Chromebook has USB, full-size USB ports. It does see it. I mean, look, I'm running in a minimal environment, and also can't talk to a USB device. You know what? Hold on. This is a 2016 Celeron. It is essentially a bog standard laptop now that it's got UEFI on it. There is a very good chance an FBST just works. I'm literally going to make a quesadilla. I have to... I need to go to the angry kitchen. All right, I've got the heat on. I'm just cooking a quesadilla. I'm making some fresh tea. I am really debating going the Gentoo route because at this point I don't. I'll talk about it when I get back, but there's definitely problems with it. Alright, I'm actually back. I'm just very deep salty right now. My concern with using the BSDs is I don't know how well ham software supports Open Sound System. I believe Direwolf supports it. I don't know if FL Digi supports it. I have that distinct feeling that WSJKX and GS8 call do not. There's also the possibility of just using Debian. The Pi is basically running Debian right now. The problem is that these utilities do compile. It's being able to access the local sound hardware. That being said, USB sound devices are so standardized, I'd be really shocked if none of the BSDs had support. This quesadilla really does make life better. That was actually really good. Like that was actually quite satisfying. I'm currently thinking about what I would actually need to run on NetBSD. This is where I'm ultimately sitting right now. Did we lose the beacon? I haven't heard it. Oh, there it is. It's a little bit of interference. Oh, you know what that probably is? It's probably low power mode. Why do I always forget? Yeah, save to. Here, let me take it off battery saver. We should hear it a lot better now. Well, the handheld's sitting on a desk in the same room as the I mean, it's probably ground looping on the floor. I don't have a good ground. Like, that's something I definitely need to fix. And the Chromebook went to sleep. I am right now really like just kind of sitting here because I didn't expect this problem. The Pi is running Raspbian, which is basically Debian with the serial numbers filed off. I've had decent luck with Debian with ham stuff in the past, but trying to get it installed on this laptop was obnoxious. I'm inclined to give Debian a second go. Let me see, but let me look and see, because ultimately I would like to get the radio on. Yeah, see, I don't hear a ground loop. I really do think that was low power mode. What I would like to do is have the Pi basically work as an IRLP node, and then I would even put it on Echo Link if I could do it, because then I could easily broadcast. I could basically take the radio that if I'm making position reports of a handheld in the car, I could then backhaul that to the internet, which is what I'd like to do as part of this tracker project. Oh, you know what you're doing? You're hearing the ground loop. No, you know what you're hearing? It's because you're hearing the transmit circuit. I'm hearing the handheld, or you'll hear it twice. You'll hear it when it transmits on the Pi, and then you'll hear it on the handheld. You'll hear it on the handheld first. So hold on. I'll actually listen to it. Let me mute. Let me be silent, and I will listen to it on the stream. Or you'll hear it twice. You'll hear it when it transmits on the Pi, and then you'll hear it. Okay, so I made a discovery here, or maybe. Okay, so what you're actually hearing, it is a ground loop. It's a ground loop on the receive line because the Pi is not looping back its transmit audio. I didn't realize that's what it was doing. So what you're hearing is a ground loop on the receive line from the radio when I transmit. I'm hearing it loud and clear on the handheld. Like the handheld is crystal clear to me. And that's why I wanted to transmit it from the handheld because you don't actually hear the transmission. I was hoping you'd be able to hear the handheld when I have it open, but apparently not. Yeah, like I turned off the RDMP loopback stream delay, so when it broadcasts, you should just be able to hear the handheld next to the mic. So no, but it is good to identify these problems because ground loops just. I've gone RF shocks in the past. All right, let me just do a search for amateur radio NetBSD. There's a lot of GNU radio stuff. There's TNT, RDL, SDL. That's fine. No Direwolf. We do have Xlog. I've used Chirp in the past. There is not a lot of utilities here. There isn't even Xaster is not here. Like, this is not a happy. That is Xaster NetBSD. Like, does Xaster even support NetBSD? Yeah, it doesn't even. Apparently it's supported on FreeBSD. You know, let's look at FreeBSD ports. There is a ham radio project. Which hasn't been updated in a lot of years. There's a BSD ham mailing list. How only available to members. Oh, that's really helpful. And yeah, this is looking pretty dead. That's looking completely dead, actually. Here's a list of ports. Okay, you know, this is actually looking a lot healthier than package source. They do have Direwolf. 1.7. How old? Is that an old version or not? Like, what version of Direwolf am I running? Like, when were you last updated? 2024, so it's actually pretty recent. You know what, chat? I'm just going to try FreeBSD on it. At this point, I've got nothing to lose. Let's just try it. I'm assuming I can just write the ISO to a USB stick and it just works. I'm just going to grab the DVD. Yeah, 3 minutes left. Like, I don't feel like the squelch on the handheld is opening regularly. Like, I feel like it's beaconing more frequently and we're not hearing it all that frequently.
Menu. Squelch. Confirm.
Yeah, I was right on that suspicion. Then again, Baofangs are pretty notorious for being kind of garbage about this. Here, I'll keep the squelches. I'll keep that as low as I can. So we learned a couple of things from this little experience. Wow, that is a fair bit of interference. Now, granted, the antenna is outside, the handheld's in here. Like, if I put it next to the window, it would be fine. But, you know, like, this is an entire test setup. I'll worry more about it. Well, I'm going to do some ranging tests with this setup in the near future. I'm actually debating if I want to do something besides working on NetBSD, because that is just like, that frustrates and angers me. Yeah, I literally picked the radio off the desk, and you hear it. Let me put it... Yeah, if I'm holding it, you hear it clearly. Let me just put it on the other table and see if we hear it better. Because the other table is a plastic table in the middle of my room.
Frequency mode.
So it would be less likely to be picking up RF, stray RF. Because I have my setup is not particularly good. I'm going to have to do a lot of work to make my setup be actually decent. I used to have Logbook of the World, but no longer. I'm going to have to get a new card. Sorry, I am absolutely abysmally depressed at the state of amateur radio. Yeah, I have. I don't think I've ever installed. I haven't run NetBSD in a really long time. So, let me just make a new USB stick. You know what? I can just use the Pi imager. That'll be fine. Alright, FreeBSD, DVD, choose storage, USB device, next. Alright. And then my mouse quit again. Chat, I really feel like technology just does not like me today. Oh, my mouse is back. Well, this is an old Baofeng. This is about a 6-year-old handheld. So it's when they were actually somewhat, it's not the shittiest of the shit, but it's pretty shit. Yeah, I don't even hear the squelch opening on it.
Menu. Squelch. Confirm.
That being said, if you want to be a radio operator, you get. I am really astounded how bad that is. Like, you know what? Hold on, let me turn off the air conditioner. Like, I can't keep it off because this apartment is not livable. Yeah, ferrite cores will definitely help, but there's a limit of how much you can actually make it. This is the reason why I have historically not operated out of this apartment. There's so much radio interference that you cannot do anything. Like, I couldn't even get basic things to work without a lot of effort, but that does actually sound like it's helped. Like, it's not great, but it's definitely better. Oh no, I could completely understand learning with a boat anchor. The problem is I move and travel so much that I really can't afford the space. I'm going to have to be a transistor person. I literally just do not have the room. I'm waiting for the USB stick to download. Although the idea of doing digital modes with tube noise sounds funny as hell to me. You should realistically be able to do 300 bell tones with tube noise. Yeah, I mean, listen to that is a lot clearer. I hope you guys can hear the CW, but that sounds a lot better than it did, which tells me that the RFI I'm hearing is the air conditioner. I actually want to do a homebrew experience. I do want to learn Morse. I just never have committed the time to do it. I would like to learn Morse, pass a 5 words per minute exam, because that's what the original requirement was. And then I will take a QRP rig. I will take a CW rig onto HF. I would love to do a homebrew. The Pi is still down. It's still writing the image to the USB stick. Well, Cesarn, look, I might go up to 20 words per minute, but let me start somewhere. I'll stay in the novice bands if I'm actually going to do 5 words per minute CW, which is realistically what you should do. Okay, FreeBSD 14.1 release has been ran. Oh, you know what? I also noticed that that USB hub it's using is getting really hot. I really hope it's not overheating, but all right, let's do a thing. Fake extra. Is that so you were in advanced or all right, so how do I get this to here we go. Well, that's a start. Chad, I'm just going to nuke it. I'm considering it, and there's nothing I like about this setup. Like, Rocky had some promise, but I already just using it for 20 minutes, I was not happy with it. Well, that's not a good sign. This might mean I'm using Gentoo. Yeah, I think this means I'm going to just use Gentoo. And it was going so well. Uh... I'm going to try Debian. I really don't want to be on a rolling distribution if I can avoid it. If it comes down to it, I will do it. But Debian, I at least know how to... I can make Pulse Audio go away on Debian if I really need to, but I'm not convinced it's going to have the same problems. Alright, let me write another stick. Alright. Debian Live, Cinnamon, USB 3 stick. Do not apply customizations. Yeah, right stick. Oh, wow, it actually... I already just overwrote it. Hold the boat, chat. That's an obnoxiously long boot process, but... I'm curious if that was a one-time thing. It did actually get past that. So it's basically dying trying to initialize the SD card. I can't control C it, but it does apparently get past it eventually. No, I think Debian is actually the right way to go here. I don't want. Wow, you chat. You're not actually seeing it. Oh, I just realized you're not even seeing it, chat. Um, the Chromebook FreeBSD is stuck in a controller timeout. It does eventually seem to get past it, but it takes about 10 minutes. And it might actually be getting past it because I'm removing the USB stick. So yeah, that's not happening. I really don't want to get the camera out tonight. I'm just running a Debian USB stick. Not even going to. I'm just not going to care. We'll see how base Debian is if I can actually get it installed. I'm not optimistic. Currently, it's taking a while. It's downloading the. It's writing the data out. I wonder if I should try and get a text-to-speech thing going as well, but like I feel a little demotivated now that I've fallen over at the first try. Yeah, like right now it just got back to the mount root thing, so it does kind of work, but BSD hardware compatibility sucks. It's my problem with it. Now, granted, I'm trying to run it on a Chromebook, but currently just waiting for USB images to write. I was like, I am just more tired than I think I'm just tired. I might need to eat something else, to be honest. Yes, well, I am far too young to. I would have, well, I could have been licensed, but realistically, I didn't even. I had no access to a radio as a kid. I didn't even. I think I knew what amateur radio was, but I didn't know anything else beyond that. I didn't look into it until I was an adult. And by the time I looked into it, the Morse code requirement was gone. I was actually reading about some of the enforcement actions. I was reading the story of Kilo One, Michael. It was K1 Man, and basically he was a soft set in modern terminology. Um, because I was looking at what I was making sure I understood the regulations. And I make sure to understand the regulations. One should read the enforcement actions. All right, so I've got a USB stick. All right, so live system. Yeah, I mean, but to be honest, there's a lot of people who used to do that. It's just now they get licensed, so they have a veneer of legitimacy. I mean, pirate radio was a thing for a long time. Well, wasn't he on 13, 14, 30, 313? I mean, there's people like that just sit on frequencies. Well, what's really funny it's kind of, I shouldn't say it's really funny, but after the FCC killed the license, a different channel that was Kilo One Bravo Oscar Yankee took over the K1 Man sign, which I'm gonna let the chat draw their own conclusions, but these are the things that happen in amateur circles. It's literally like the worst of Usenet on some bands. Well, the MacBook, sorry, the Chromebook started off the stick, and oh, don't wait, what? I have a cursor. Chat, look, I have a cursor. Oh, hey, there we go. Okay, that is actual progress. Let me just block off the thing while I put in the passwords. Haven't there been legitimately verified P5s though? I like I thought North Korea had actually given permission to a few operators over the years. Like I have relatively little interest in long distance contesting. I've tried it. I mean, FT8. I did not enjoy operating on FT8. I mean, it's cool and all, and for a lot of people, it's the only way they're going to get online. All right. Do you have English Chromebook? Yeah, I'm fine with this. Actually, you do have Chromebook. RL root. which one is my root device? I'm assuming. Where is my mounted file system? I think MMC block is the internal. Okay, good. The installer just crashed. You know what? New partition table. Now if I go back... No, that didn't work. Do they really... like, what do I have to do to make it do guided partitioning? Are you, like, is it really going to be this obnoxious? Okay, yes, apparently it is going to be this obnoxious. I assume one of these is the EFI boot point. I'm almost certain that this is the USB stick. If I hit manual partitioning. Or maybe it's not. I have absolutely no idea. Somehow, I feel like this is trying to storm the castle, and, like, the castle is... Okay, no, that is a UEFI file system. That is, in fact, a UEFI file system. Because that's a boot partition. Let me make a new file system here. Let me just do make label. Wow, there was a another P5. Okay. All right. Well, that's something. So that's the built-in file system saying it's not here anymore. I'm gonna go grab. I think I have yogurt. I'm gonna grab some. Is this booted up yet? Oh, it is booted up yet. I am double clicking and it's not doing anything. Come on. There it goes. Oh, please don't open like a million times. There we go. Erase disk. Okay. Install. There we go. Alright. Let me go find where I put the honey. Chat, I cannot find where I put the honey. I know I have some. And this is starting to really bug me. Like, oh, here, I found it. It was on the other side of the pitcher of iced tea. Also, why is this not updating? Hold on. Oh, hold on, chat. I just realized you're not seeing the install status. Here, I'll drag that window over here because I'm too lazy to fix that properly. Well, that works. Oh. You know what? Calcium and yogurt and honey makes the world a better place. Mm. That actually makes the world. That makes things better. Yeah, there's a lot. Ham radio has a fairly checkered history. The term itself, ham, was actually considered derogatory towards those who were not professional radio operators. What you tend to find is the people that get on air, you find a lot of search and rescue, you find a lot of survivalists, you find a fair bit of people that used to operate radio and still want to do so. And the one I most recently saw, this was a proper ham HTML web 1.0 website that had an entire manifesto about libertarian beliefs. This is the original social media, and I have to remember that. This is taking a long time to install, but it is installing. And I'm going to have to move it back to the other screen. Man, I really do feel like ass tonight. Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, ham radio is a shadow of itself. I really want to route some 44 net, though. I really want to do it. There is something kind of relaxing about hearing the Morse beacon go off every minute. I should change that to every 5, actually. We'll beacon every 5 minutes from now, because now we know it's working. Is my internet out? Why is that? That was weird. I probably am going to have to set up APRS-C at some point in the not-so-distant future. Because I need to be able to transmit AX25. I need to be able... There are some things I can do with that I really want to be able to do. I am... I'm sorry if I'm being quiet, chat. I don't have much... Oh, is that... That's done. Let me get the terminal window over. Okay, restart. That's Debian starting up. All right. Let me mute this for a moment. All right, we've got Wi-Fi. So I can take this out. I honestly forgot how much I liked Cinnamon. Cinnamon was like the most useful environment. I don't know. I really don't want to go back to Debian or Linux because I really do find... All right, hold on. I need to mirror the displays. There we go. All right. That's actual progress. All right, let's let it grab all those upgrades. See, I have no problem with routing IPv6 over 44net. Like, I did request an allocation from ARDC, but if it happens, it happens. You just have to accept that the fact of the matter is there's some really scummy people or people that get corrupted by money. But the 44 net allocation hasn't been realistically used in many years because of you can't just freely exchange there's no motivation for people to run 44 net gateways anymore. I mean, there's probably still a few in operation, but why transmit 44 net on ham bands? IP is not an efficient protocol, and you can only achieve very low speeds with multiple users. I do kind of want to talk about it because part of why I got my license, I blew the dust off my license because I haven't used it in a long time, is if I wanted to do something like route ChaosNet, I should be able to do that over an actual packet radio. Like I could I could give it exactly what it wants. I mean, TCP/IP was in use on 44net before it was used on the actual ARPANET. I do have APRS. I do have APRS up. I want to make sure I can digipede. This is now routing. We've gone from two-way communication. We're going to message passing. Yeah, well, I mean, the biggest problem is that radio clubs are almost non-existent. It doesn't help that I would actually like to establish one. Like, I would actually go for the trouble of incorporating a not-for-profit and make a internet-based radio club. But I would need 4 hams minimum to do it. Um, and then I'd probably have to go through everything of incorporating such an organization and building everything around it. Well, I'm not. I need to be back on air if I'm going to actually do that. Okay, so install OpenSSH server. Do you have Direwolf in your repos? You do have Direwolf in your repos. You know what? I'm actually going to see if stock Debian. I have not had good experiences in the past, but why don't we just see if stock Debian will play ball? I gotta copy the files over from the Pi. Because this is going to be basically identical between the two. What IP are you chilling out on? I do need to change one. I just want to take my password out of these files. Like, it really doesn't matter, but... So you know what? I can leave them at the bottom, and I just won't scroll down. Like, if I really have problems there, so be it. All right. So if we install Pavel control, I didn't mean to background map, but fine, that works. All right, so if I plug this in, do we get... We do get that. Okay, that's a start. All right. I now have the radio plugged into Debian. So if we look at input devices, I got to turn the volume up. Okay, so that is definitely hearing. So can we actually decode something? All right, so let me get on the Pi, and then let's transmit something. Okay, so let me load again to X-Aster, and then just do transmit now. Squelch is open, so I didn't hear anything. Okay, so what's going on with Direwolf? Okay, so you did transmit. So let me keep my transmit button right there. It's probably... What is Direwolf listening to? Direwolf is listening there. Input is there. It's probably just not loud enough. All right, that's about as loud as it goes. Yep, look, there's the decode. There is the actual decode right there. KU2JRP experimental station. Okay, that's actually a victory. I wonder if I can just copy the extra directory right from the Pi. Like, if I could do that, it would make... No, FG. So, I don't think I actually need to copy the config over. This shouldn't be too bad to set up. So... We're transmitting at 5 watts. Okay. Alright, so the easy thing to do here... Let me turn an actual map on. The more I use this software, the easier I find to get it like right. I also have to install YAAC because like I said, this one has really garbage offline maps. Let me just get imagery. Let's see what the imagery topo map looks like. Oh, that's exactly what I want. Okay, perfect. That is actually exactly what I want. Okay. So this isn't going to be super accurate, but let's see here. That's Union City. I'm a little further south than that. Actually, I might as well leave the... I actually need the map on because I'm not used to looking at... There's Hoboken. There's Jersey City. So I'm just going to drop the pin right about here. Assuming... Can I not double click? I think I clicked too much. Automap, please. Oh, there we go. Okay. It's not too thing. There is an actual right click here. Move my station here. Let's see where I actually put the station. That put me in Newark. That's not quite right. There we go. Close enough. When I start doing more serious things, I'll have the GPS coordinates figured out. All right, so let me save that. Save config now. Okay. So if I just add interface control. And I'm going to disable iGate traffic for now. Okay. Start. Error. Why did you error out? I can close. Hold on. This I can close. The trackpad on this thing is not particularly good. Can actually. Oh, right. You know, it helps if I have Direwolf open. Okay. Interface control. Let's see if we can transmit from the Pi. Or from the MacBook. All right, I have to close Squelch for this. Baofangs are not great for this. They do work, but they're very temperamental. Okay, I hit transmit and nothing comes out. Why does nothing come out? PTT delay? Like, that doesn't seem... Did something get... Something weird happened with Direwolf right there. Full... Oh, right. No, hold on. This needs to be transmit delay 300. The handheld's not that quick. Or 30, I should say. 5... Chat's... I hope chat's not been yelling at me because I am... So it's making audio, but it's not going anywhere, it looks like. Or did I close Vox? Oh, I did. I closed Vox. Let's try that. Air the radio key up. Oh, it is hearing it. It is actually hearing it. Okay, hold on. Incoming data. So does that mean I now have two-way communication? Like, if I do... Let's send a message. KD2JRT... And my mouse just quit again. I think my mouse is really susceptible to RSI. Chat, that's working. That is working two-way communication. The acknowledgement's not working properly. I think I have to adjust the timing. Like, why is it trying to hit PTT? Yeah, it's resending the message because the acknowledgement is not getting through for whatever reason. Are we sending an acknowledgement message? Or maybe the last message just keeps getting resent. I'm not actually sure how this works. I have not used it extensively. Because I see on the left one, I believe it tries up to multiple times because I hear the rig keeps retransmitting, and there's no let me just tell it this cancel. So for some reason I don't know if it didn't transmit the acknowledgement. Let me go the other way. Let me see here. Because the Pi will have a much less bad time of this. Okay, so it doesn't even sound like it's actually managed to transmit yet. Oh no, because chat, look, my volume went down. Huh. Yep. This is what I mean when I say Linux as a whole has gone to shit. Let me see if I can actually fix it here because... Like... The fuck? We literally just watched it slide right down. Let me pull chat up because I'm actually quite angry. You know what? I can turn these off. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing, though. There was the automatic heuristics detection in the pulse config, which I just disabled. Where it solves the problem, I have absolutely no idea. I mean, for all I know, this could be a thing with the USB-C adapter, although I'd be shocked if that's actually the case. All right. That is an old version of Direwolf. Like, this is... I mean, that being said, it doesn't change much, or at least I don't think it does. Yep, that's still doing it. So this is what the other guide told me. This automatic analog input mic conf. At least I have some idea how to actually fix this. So element. So what's the input device? Adapter mono port microphone. So it should probably be analog input mic conf. Because I can actually set a config. Here it is. Uh it's a lot of files. I'm not even sure which ones it's using. Presumably it's mono input. Yeah, of course not. So apparently I'm just going to change volume, merge, volume 40. Yeah, I'm just going to do that because that's apparently all I actually need. I'm probably going to regret that. I'm just... God, there's so many posts that talk about it's like, why is this a sane setting? It's also really slow. All right. Maybe we'll get lucky. Wow, I really smell skunk right now. Oh, I heard that. The question is the volume going to stay there? Chat, that's not going anywhere. I think I have to have the Vox on 2. Yeah, the Vox is being a little twitchy like this, but I think that's actually working better. This is definitely better on Vox 1. Chat, that, I think that actually fixed it. Test 3 should go now. There's test 3. Oh, and it just cratered. What modules do I have installed in Pulse? Yep. Because you know what, it's that mic boost feature is still cutting in. I have it set differently. Hold on, also mixer. I'm just reading through things right now. I see a lot of people complaining about this issue, and I see absolutely no reliable fixes. I'm shocked you just can't lock it and say, "Do not change." This is literally garbage. This is. I've had problems with Pulse Audio and Linux Audio for a long time, but this is possibly the single biggest pile of shit I've seen in ages. This is obscene. I mean, seriously. And it's entirely because things like a web browser wants to control your volume and turn it up. It really, that is why this API exists. I really don't want to toss out Pulse Audio, but I'm sitting here thinking about it real hard. Because if I toss out Pulse, what kills me is it works properly on the Pi. What is it? But the Pi is running an older version. It's not running Pipewire. I'm legitimately sitting here thinking about it. Let me. I'm just going to rip all the volume merge out of this. Like, I don't even know what the difference between these files are. Like, this is. All right, I'm going to have to actually go through Pulse's config. I need to understand how this works. Like, oh, it helps if you spell stereo right. Because these profiles have to map to a file. All right, hold on. Let me. I believe in Pulse terms, it's called a profile. is what it is. PA control info. Analog stereo and mono fallback is what it is. So stereo outputs, the output device is what's actually getting pushed downwards. So it's analog stereo that I think we have to change. Headphones, speaker, it's probably speaker. Actually, hold on. Let me switch the config. Hold on. Wait. Mono input. Port microphone. If I switch the configuration to that, do you just disappear? Yeah, you do just disappear. What does Pro Audio do for me here? Does that make the problem go away? Like, because if I say it's Pro... Direwolf probably needs a restart. Not convinced that this is going to work, but I'm willing to try. All right, so that goes out there, but it doesn't... Nope, that does not seem to actually work. Well, now it's not moving. Oh, there it goes. Maybe it's the input device. I don't think it's the input device. It's... I legitimately don't know. I'm at a loss. Maybe it's the USB adapter. So let me understand how Awesome Mixer paths work, because apparently that's what I need to mess with. So this says port analog output. I'm going to assume that that just loads the pulse audio paths analog output config. I'm not convinced that's going to fix it, but I'm legitimately running out of ideas. Like, I know Windows does this same sort of thing these days. God, I'm almost wondering if you could run it with Jack. I know Jack had pretty decent support for ALSA, but it's like I'm really debating if I want to nuke Pulse Audio off the face of the planet. Because right now, Pulse Audio is actually doing useful things for me on the Pi, so I'd prefer to know how to fix it than not. That actually looks like it's at 40 and it's staying at 40. So let me... Oh. Well, I found an easier reproduction case. Well, does it go below 40? That's different. So what we just saw there is I think the new profile is loading. Yeah, and then that goes away. Okay. So at least I think we're in the right area. So now that I know how the files map, analog input config, because no, it'd be analog input mic. This is way overcomplicated. Okay. Mic boost. But I've already edited this. This undebuggable shit. I mean, this is literally undebuggable shit. This is why you can't do sound work on Linux anymore. Because you can't fix it. You can't... what I suspect happening is it's hearing itself and it's automatically lowering the gain, but I'm not certain because I haven't seen this behavior before. I am astounded, like the fact that it's automatically adjusting the volume and it's doing it on multiple Linux distros. I could try this USB stick, this USB sound card on the Pi, but I really don't want to futz with the Pi if I can avoid it. But at this point, I am running out of ideas. Like, so this is saying to okay, so here we go. This is how you figure out. So PA command list sources. Are you fucking kidding me? Uh, okay, so that's there. So the things I need to change in the file. Element capture. So analog. No, there isn't. The machine does not have native the machine does not have native audio. It's a Chromebook. Well, it has a USB jack, but it doesn't show up. It doesn't get seen with the reflashed firmware. Um, that being said, I've always had much more better success with USB audio devices and laptops than the built-in ones. I've had nothing but bad experiences. Because I used to do this with even with a ThinkPad 40D, it worked much better with USB audio than it did with the onboard. Um, all right. And we literally just watched it go down right there. Is it possible it's Wire Plumber that's doing this? Because I've never known Pulse to do this. You know, that looks right. Volume is 1.0. If I move that, yeah, okay, so that moves. So what profile do you have set? Is there a better front end for Wire Plumber? I mean, I could just run a cron script that locks the volume. I think I'm getting to the point of just... I mean, let me disable input device. Let me just set the output device, and let me see if it, what it does. I mean, I really shouldn't be operating without being able to hear myself, but at this point... Well, I can hear myself in the other rig. I can hear myself in the other rig, so I can just see if it does anything. I think I may wrap it up here, because I'm just spinning my wheels at this moment. Actually, no, I'll leave the stream running, because at this point, I'm not going to get any work done in the video. I honestly feel ill, but I'm not going to sleep. No, okay, so it is actually lowering, like, I have the input device muted. It is just lowering it because it can lower it. This is... Hold on. I mean, Direwolf is apparently completely pegging the audio channel. Hold on. Let's see. No, it only stopped at 50 because it's less loud. But I do notice that this bar gets basically stuck all the way like that. Let me hit the adjustment mode. So that doesn't get lowered. See, that did it. That did it. It was explicitly transmitting with this. Is it possible Direwolf is adjusting the audio on its own? You know what? It might. Let's see here. Must reuse clipper limiter. All right, you know what? Hold on. I suspect I have some idea of what I could do here. Let me load a dummy device. This is a really stupid solution to the problem. See, I don't even want to use a dummy, but let me keep looking at these. I think the problem, you know what? I think the problem is because there's no PCM audio device. Because on the Pi, there is a PCM audio device. And I vaguely remember, I vaguely remember this problem happening on the Pi a long time ago. Yeah, but that one's not been adjusted either. So maybe not. You know what? I'm just going to remove pulse. I'm going to remove pipewire, and I'm going to remove pulse. Actually going to purge it. Least in Debian doesn't usually break quite as bad as it used to for this. You know, it may have been GNOME settings daemon. I just noticed that that was common. That's not running on the Pi because... I'm just going to try this because, you know what? I could see this being entirely GNOME. That was my first thought anyway. I mean, if this could entirely be GNOME settings daemon, that would make far too much sense. Let me see if GNOME settings daemon is running on the Pi. It's not. I have that horrible feeling that that's going to be the problem. I'll be back in a bit. I threw some Nutella and peanut butter on a tortilla. Makes a really good, like, cheap crepe alternative. Chat, that volume doesn't look like it's moving. Probably needs to be a bit higher. Oh, chat, it was flipping gnome settings. I think I said at the beginning, I'm pretty sure this was gnome doing something stupid. I really do think that was... It wasn't Pulse, it was gnome. That time it failed to transmit, but I think that's the radio. I think that's my handheld being garbage. Yeah, I push button and thing go away. Yeah, that's GNOME just being complete garbage. I removed GNOME settings daemon. That's the only thing I did, and now it works. And I purged and reinstalled Pipewire and Pulse. No. I put Pulse back in. Yeah, we've got Pipewire, we've got Pulse running. Yeah. No, the Vox. It's just remember, it's Vox. Zizarin. It's. I'm pretty sure I said that right. It's the hand. It's the Vox on this radio is garbage. I knew for a fact that it's garbage. I need a moment, chat, because that was really flipping horrible. Yeah, I'll pull up the config file. Yeah, transmit's on 30. Transmit delay is on 30. Alright, you know what? Let's put the C beacon on and let's see if it actually stays there. Did I disable the beacon on over here? Because, you know, I haven't heard it in a while, but I've also had the squelch closed. Like, are we actually, like, still transmitting a Morse beacon, or... No, we're not. I probably disabled it. Yeah, we're not transmitting a Morse beacon. Oh, apparently we are. Let's see if we hear... I want to see if it transmits, and I want to see if we actually hear it. Chat, that is... Okay, chat, that is working as intended. That is working as intended. I think this needs a post on our amateur radio. I actually do think this needs a post on our amateur radio. Well, this is broadcasting from the handheld to the desktop. I actually should change the beacon. Because it's a... I believe you can code a /m, but... Actually, you know what? That's actually correct for this. I'm going to take a brief break, because at this point, this needs to be a post on our amateur radio. It's still. I need a better handheld because unfortunately the squelch is pretty terrible on this handheld. Wait, hold on. Did someone just send me a message saying "Don't ooh"? I'm literally. I'm seeing iGate messages here. Who is KC9AVL? Don't ooh. Hold on. A /7 would be someone's phone. I think this is being sent from someone's phone. Yes, and I've apparently been told it's not showing up to me because it's not getting. iGate to transmit. That is the weirdest thing I think I've seen on ham radio. It's probably someone watching who literally. It's someone sent it to for the internet, but I don't have iGating set up bidirectionally, so my gateway returned it, rejected it. Like, is that a real call sign? I have to I have to know. You know what? No, I find it amusing that someone actually watching this is telling me not to ooh woo. I don't know what to make about that. Obviously, I'm making communications. I almost want to set an ooh. Now, my part of me wants to set an ooh woo Morse beacon. I don't know if that's the type of power any person should have. Oh, you know why my laptop's not seeing it? It's because whoever sent the message sent it to -2, not -1, or 0, I should say. Technically -1. It's 0 index, so technically the laptop would be -1, but I should actually. Yeah. Still, it's weird. Okay. I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to do a bit more. Mm-hmm. Lol space. I really like lol space. So yeah, so the beacon's being transmitted from the handheld. The base is also transmitting, although I guess CW is not enough to actually get the squelch to open, but this is actually what I wanted to achieve originally. Because now I can try things like the text-to-speech beaconing. Um, hmm. Tonight, chat, this was definitely a victory. Like, this was a hard-fought session. I still want to actually try and decode the Morse code packets. I would have to get FL Digi to do that. It worked. I had to all right, and we can turn that off for now. All right, so now what? It's 3 in the morning. I've been streaming for 4 hours, 18 minutes. Almost the magic number. Let me remove the beacon from Direwolf on this system. Which is easier done over here. Because this rig will go back to running on this rig will go back to APRS once I shut down for the night. I did see quite a few cool, interesting applications to take a look at. I definitely feel actually, I don't feel as bad. I just feel tired. But I haven't slept well in days. So, I just noticed we don't see the KRT JRT2. Like, we did hear it last station. Why don't I see it here? Oh, it's considered a moving station. Uh, okay, I don't know why it's considered a moving station, but there it is. Happy 420, folks. It's 4 hours, 20 hours. Funny number. Yeah, today was. Let me write out a post to our radio amateur or amateur radio. I don't really like being signed into Reddit. But yeah, screw it. I make it a point not to be signed into that many social media accounts. You know what? I should post something to Reddit. I basically have a dedicated streaming user just so I don't accidentally leak information. And even though I'm not even showing my desktop, I always get a little paranoid logging into anything while I'm live. Newark Airport. I'm less than 5 miles. I'm about 5 miles. So the next big thing that I can do is I could do digitation and routing. Um, I do wonder why this Chromebook's audio jack doesn't work, but having a basically just a cable that is radio plug on Kingston radio plug on one end, USB jack on the other is awesome. I'm right now. I'm just having a bit of a thought, just deciding what comes next. Um, I could tune to the tower frequency. I don't know if I can do that with the bass. I have as SDR. I took flying lessons. I even soloed. I had a student license, so I I don't know. I never even enjoyed listening to Channel 9 on United when they had that. An audio fix for the jack. Yeah, you can DM it to me. I have Discord up. Or I can have Discord up. Oh, okay. I just saw Discord and now I know who's been sending me messages. Obviously, you're going to have to figure out how to. Yeah, okay, okay. All right, now you have just motivated me. I have been motivating me. I have to think about how I'm going to handle this. Let me see if I can just install FLG here. But do I really want to? I am so torn. This is like reverse psychology, but I have 4D chessed it myself. Okay. Well, some of us read our logs. Some of us actually do read our logs. Oh, here's a thing for the Chromebook audio. My man, how does this work? Because if this actually works, then I don't need the USB cable, or I could run two Baofangs off this machine. No man should have that power. I should actually try this, because if it actually works, I think every time I run Firefox on a Chromebook, a Google intern dies. I really do feel like it'd be like that. It needs a custom kernel. Okay, hold on. Says it works with Debian. Is it literally just going to compile a kernel? Okay, so this actually does quite a bit. You know what? Screw it. I'm actually going to do this. This is literally a radio amateur's laptop. There's nothing private on this. If I do use an SSH private key just for copying files, there'll be one dedicated to this. Okay. Oh, I didn't know. You're part of the dev team. Okay, cool. Sorry, I missed part of it. I the thing is, I don't know if the Chromebook has a microphone in. I bought the USB-C because I considered it completely idiot-proof. Um, but if I don't need the USB-C adapter, that frees it up for something else. I have one more handheld. I just need another APRS cable, but I could do a 3-node network. Like, I could really do an old-fashioned ham radio party line. But I think one of the next major tricks I want to do is I want to do an asterisk. I want to do something with asterisks. I want to build an auto patch. So SOF or AVS? I don't need headphones. I don't need headphones. I mean, let's be honest. Chromebooks are the low end laptop these days. I mean, who is really making an entry like who's really making an entry level Windows product anymore? Waiting for it to reboot. I really wish this took less time to reboot. This is really slow. I am. You know what? I just made an executive decision. I think I'm going to take Cinnamon off this laptop. Because, without GNOME settings, Damon, it's going to have problems. Let me hold on. Apt cache search. Do I want DE or Qt? We'll try. I think my last experience with LX Qt was the better of the two. I'm assuming there's a desktop option. Yeah, okay, so it's just that. Did I not restart Direwolf? I guess I didn't. The silence was getting to me, actually. It's like... And apparently the Pi just lost its internet connection for whatever reason. Weird. Okay. I just realized, has the Pi image been stuck for a while? No, it's updating. At least on my side, it's updating. I'm going to put on some background noise in the most literal way possible. Let me make sure I have that beacon disabled because I don't want to be beaconing on the local channel. That actually the wonderful soft glow of radio. Radio. Oh, sorry, that's going to be really loud. Oh, I just realized that the Pi has been completely... the audio feed on the Pi has been silent. So I hope this is going to log me out. Oh, really? It's going to do that? That's annoying. Hold on. I have to pull out the adapter because it put the yeah, I can use... Oh, no, starting Muffin might start GNOME Settings Manager. That might have been a mistake. I guess not. Alright, so Pavo control. So, do we actually... Okay, so we do see audio devices. So it does actually look like I could just plug directly into... let's see if it works. Alright, so we unplug the USB adapter. Here's the audio port. Not quite... Well, I know the speakers work now. Alright, so I want to use the output device needs to be... I think it's this one, headphones. That does not appear to have done anything. Let's take a look here. All right. Okay, so I can't set that to stay on top. So cluster headphones. Well, it's not triggering Vox anymore. Does this... I don't see where it gets louder. Yeah, it's not, Yeah, okay, so it's not routing audio out, but I'm not sure if it's because I have the wrong adapter tip on it. Like, I'm not hearing anything. Like, the radio's not keying up. Let me try speaker. Does the headphone... I think the headphone jack don't work. It says it's plugged in. Now it says it's unplugged. It might... You know what? It might be a 4-pin. I have a 3-pin cable, but I think I have an adapter. Yeah, they shipped an adapter just because some devices it doesn't work with this pinning. Let me just try it. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. I don't have speakers or headphones I could plug in, unfortunately. Oh well, you know, it was worth a try. It's something to come back to at a later point. Because at least now I know it's possible. So, let's just plug in the USB audio. Oh yeah, there was that warning about headphones. But I thought that was just auto-detecting because it was showing it. It's possible the entire jack doesn't work. Like I said, that's fine. I don't mind using USB audio. I find it gives better results anyway. But I don't mind I also like having options. So now that that's plugged in, like it adds a lot of devices. Yep, and that's transmitting. Also, apparently when I transmit, I break the picture. Oh, that's weird. I hit transmit and the screen image goes away. What, am I too close to the HDMI cable? That's funny, but alright, let me put you over here. Let me see if I can transmit now and not break my HDMI cable. I don't want to risk melting the speakers. Look, this is fine. This is exactly what I planned it for. Um, yeah, I raised the power. Apparently, the headphone jack doesn't work unless you use the setting that can melt your speakers. I don't want to use the setting that's going to possibly melt my speakers. Let me blitz the radio now. We make sure this still works. Did that actually? Yep, that works. All right. Now what? Now what? The commander says. I mean, I could try AVS, but I really don't think I want to blow the speakers. Because ultimately speaking, it doesn't actually buy me anything, and I just don't. I don't think I'll ever return this to being a Chromebook. I specifically bought it to do this, and now that it's reflashed, all right, let me think about what I'm going to be doing next. Because you know what this also does, this Chromebook? This Chromebook is now my OpenBSD 5.8 system. I can run it in a VM on this. I don't care that it's going to be dreadfully slow. I'm already running it on a NAS, and OpenBSD doesn't take a lot to build. Uh... I want to see if I can actually transmit something with, I hate that this error came back. It wasn't doing that before. Or, well, it stopped doing that before I messed with the audio again, but it seems to be harmless. Okay, so... But that may also, that's all old Direwolf. That's actually, I saw that was an old Direwolf book. Is there any chance we have FL Rig? Or FL Digi, I should say. So FL Digi. Your Pulse Audio. So this is some of the absolute worst software known to mankind. Let's see here. Trying to remember how you actually use it. It's been a while. All right. So let's see if we can actually. Let's see if this actually is going to work the way I think it's going to work. So, and then I want to transmit that. Okay, so I can transmit Morse. So now the question is, can I do two-way communication like this? So if it's available on Debian, it's available here. What? How is your network unreachable? Am I offline? No. Uh, Raspberry Pi. Okay, you know what? Fine. I'm not even going to question why that's working. It's something I'll deal with later, just because. I need to turn the Pi into a hotspot, and it needs to run a DHCP server. So that's something that's coming up. Alright, so let's load up FLDigi. So in theory, let's try this. So if I transmit from here, does the other one hear it? No? Where is it listening? It may not be listening. Oh, you may not be listening to pulse properly. Okay, so now it's seeing something. Almost. It's the Vox. There needs to be a transmit delay. I'm just currently looking at. So yeah, if I want to do a keyer, this is where I'll do it. Chat, that is something else. This is why telegrams used to be charged by the letter. No, I'm aware that they use this. I've never actually set this up before. Ooh, I just got a slight headache. It's 5 watts in a handheld. That's my. Then again, that is continuous transmission. CW is loud. I mean, I think I can go away happy from here. Yeah, no, I know for a fact that FL Digi struggles on human. I mostly did this just to see it actually work because I've never set it up so you could do keyboard to keyboard, and technically I should be doing it the other way as well. We're not hearing it over here, although you know what? The squelch probably has to be open. Yep, there we go. It's receiving. All right, that's two-way communication by computer-generated Morse done. Ooh. Definitely not ideal, but it does work. Yeah, I think this is a good time to wrap it up. Oop. Especially as things start falling over. Ah. I know I've heard PSK-31. It sounds like the aliens are abducting you. Uh, yeah, I mean, realistically, PSK-31 is completely doable, but this was largely me just experimenting. I'm not sure what I'm going to do next. Like, there's a lot more modes I can operate on. Um, but to be honest, honestly, that was a very good learning experience. Um, because I've never seen it. I've never done a keyboard to keyboard loopback like that over RF. Yeah, I think I'm done for the night. I'd like to get more done, but yeah, I mean, FL Digi is supposed to be like. I mean, is anything truly obsolete in ham radio though? Yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. All right. I might live stream more if I can't sleep, but I think for the time being, I'm good. I'll catch you all later. If I do more experiments, because at least now I've got the APRS part working. Okay. All right. The Zero Zen Commander signing off, wishing you all a pleasant night. See you later.